Good. Welcome back to Ace Attorney now. Been a hot second. I don't even know. It's kind of hard to tell. We always take like semi-big breaks between the games. Or not games, but like chapters. So it kind of takes a while for these things to play out. I think this isn't the longest break we had for this game though. All things considered. Do I continue? I think I need to go to the second mission. I don't know though. Or the second game? How do you... That it? Okay, let's just say yes. Worst case, we quit out. If that's just... Lots of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. Okay, I don't know what this is. Exit. Title place. Don't save. True that you can't use the D-pad for this. Don't save your game. I mean, I just loaded a save, so it should be fine. Select my adventure. The Great Ace Attorney. I mean, this evade select adventure, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I never forgot what this was about. The Clouded Kokoro. That was the writer, right? Correct. So there's really only 3 cases in all. Which, okay, I have to Google real quick. Which one was the Hound of the Baskervilles? I don't see anything here that would help me understand. Well, whatever. We just move on, I guess. I wish there was like a summary button. That's the wrong one. But I mean, looking at this, clearly we've had it all. None of these things actually help me remember though. The pawnbrokery? I remember a pawnbroker. Oh wait. I kind of remember a case now, but I don't understand what it has to do with a dog. Anyway. Time to forget all the character voices again and make up new ones, unless Mr. McGill shows up again. My default accent.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
England. Time to be a defendant in court again because this is the first case. Yeah, time to get accused of murder.
I've no doubt that at this very moment he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Also, looking at her, I like the outfit, but I think that might be the outfit that I accidentally selected at the end of last time.
My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And
this is passion murdering that courthouse floor. Let's set it on fire again. Maybe plant a bomb.
After arriving home,
I find myself faced with another awful crime. It's the Swan Lady again. Are you kidding me?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Both of those cases actually happened in Ace Attorney. Even the bomb.
So please.
I mean, I know. Wait, the Swan Lady
I ask for your
died.
guidance.
Wait, hold on. That's a crazy plot
Kazuma-sama.
twist. Kazuma Kiryu, sub-story the attorney. I know about the bomb case. I also know about the burning because that happens here. Also, that is I like both of those silhouettes. It was a swan song. Supreme Court of Judicature in Defendant's Antechamber 3. Here I am, again after 9 months, in the Supreme Court of Judicature, I don't know, of Japan. Back to Japan. I will be yapping for so long, you won't even know what's going on. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be deathly ill? Why is he standing here like nothing's going on? Ah, good you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Ah, yes, good morning, sir. You call your dad, sir? That's so weird. He's the murderer? Can you imagine you have to do a case and it turns out your dad's the killer? I hardly recognize you. You could have fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. You can't imagine? No, surely he's just wrongly accused. The truth is... Wait, who's speaking? You're both Susato. Well, I guess she's Susato, but... whatever. I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. His name is Mikotoba. I don't remember their last name, I think. Was their last name the clan name of Maya? Faye? Were they Fays? I don't think they were Fays. Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. This is my dad if you didn't pick up on it yet. Yuyin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. I don't know what voice to do yet. Cute. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Il padre? Uh-huh. Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for your agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Membarmi. What? Ray Membarmi. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. The puns? Yeah, they're starting off strong. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are there ever not awful murders? Do we grade murders by how messy they get now, or... You feeling alright? since we started talking, you seem, well, you've become a little flushed. Oh, my, that's just that I have a crush on you. You look so good. Wait, she actually does. You look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Remember last game starting off with a British lady using a South American poison to kill a Japanese man? Yeah, and then she gets out because our country is currently doing some political shenaniganery with their country, so they're like, well, she just gets political asylum, so it's cool that she killed one of our people. We don't want to, upset the British here. We kind of, try to strike a deal right now. It just wouldn't be becoming of us to accuse this murderer of murder. Wasn't someone important anyway? Well, clearly not. You just got murked off screen. Unless it turns out that it's a long-lost twin from America. And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. Knows what? What? She doesn't realize who I am. Damn, Yuri really was a thing in feudal Japan. Wahahaha! I'm a One Piece character now. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Are women not allowed to Wario? Are women not allowed to be lawyers, so we're tricking the judicial system? That sounds like a bad idea. Imagine we get a perfect not guilty verdict and then they're like, wait! Her defense lawyer was a woman all along, therefore this doesn't count, therefore guilty and death penalty. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can see through the disguise, I think we can relax. She just said women aren't even usually in university. That makes you think they can... Okay, there's a difference between it's unusual and it's, not allowed by law. Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Whoa! Is that you, Susato? Was her male name gonna be Susano? No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? Damn disguises than the freaking Japanese guy. That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means that all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a woman. Cross-dressers, SMH. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? When the femboy turns out to be a real woman? Oh, what? No longer interested, I'm sorry. Also, couldn't we have gone the classical route and just said my dad? I mean, I know that we want Susano to have a moment here, but we could have just said that my dad represents her and then she whispers all the stuff he should say into his ear. Years of academy training wasted? So true. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. Oh, I guess she can't even go in as an advisor. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Say it louder, why don't you? You're doing some social critique, okay? The Japanese critiquing social structures? Never. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. No persona this time. Women are forbidden, so why are you here? Checkmate legal system. You can't accuse my client because she is a woman and women aren't allowed here, so you can't accuse her. GG's. Also, the victim was also a woman, therefore you can't present her here because so we neither have a victim nor an accused. It's just the case has been over before it even began. Full credits? Yeah, first chapter easily passed. You go to such lengths for me? Of course. You're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be a lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. If it comes out, do they just both get killed? I think she just automatically gets accused as guilty and then we get accused of some other law breaking and maybe don't get killed like she will, but still face heavy punishment or something. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. I love how they said, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? And they blinked the sound effect for, hey, that's a great idea. I got it. Accused of cosplaying. The first person that cross-dressed in court was actually the one that set off the whole cross-dressing wave in Japan. Please, don't look at me like that. With those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Yeah, you mentioned that once or twice. It's a real fetish, Your Honor, I swear. Wah, ha, 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 ha. You should be pleased. It means a lot convincing. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face and all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you are trembling ever so slightly. Like a good boyfriend would. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Didn't the Swan Lady originally kill somebody at the university too, and now she got killed at the university? What's happening there? This reads kind of weird, no? Yeah, which part? How do you mean? You mean the constant flirting between the two? Or like her and Susato at least? One-directional flirting? Yeah, the flirting? Yeah, I mean... It's not very subtle if you want to take anything away from this. Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I've absolutely no doubt in my mind that you're innocent. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Should go in at once, Ray. You're late. The judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Well, that seems kind of like a flawed system, no? You just accuse somebody and then hire somebody else for, like, I don't know, 2 schmeckles to keep them busy for a while, to keep them out of court, and you just instantly win? It's for efficiency? How many cases do they go through in a day? Surely they can wait like a minute or two. Like, what if you're stuck on the toilet at this moment? What if you accuse somebody because they gave you food poisoning and then you're stuck on the toilet and can't make it in time at that very moment, and then you immediately lose the case even though the reason you lost the case is the reason you accused them in the first place? Judges get paid by the hour and the state is cheap. Or they just get paid by case, so that's why they are so eager to pronounce them guilty in Japan and just hammer away. Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the court, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there's to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Would you say that Ray doesn't remember? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. Pain? Winston Pain, specifically? And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because because who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. I have a question concerning this whole ruse. Do lawyers not need to be registered anywhere? Because we technically pretend to be somebody completely different that we're not. We just mod, and here go, we're the lawyer, and nobody background checks us. Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. Just roll with it? I mean, I guess the whole plot of the game is to rework the flawed legal system of Japan, so... maybe we do have a badge? Okay, but a badge doesn't mean, you know, anybody could get a badge. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I witnessed that he were here? Or wished that he was here? I won't. Still, I have no choice but now to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruto-san. Can wait for the God King Emperor of Mankind to come up? You mean as the ultimate villain? Maybe, probably, this time, surely? I can't wait for Vampire Boy to fling his chalices around again and slam the desk with his leg. Doing the splits just to show off. The court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Maybe was coming onto the judge. Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We're ready. I think the disguise might be because I switched the outfits at the end of the last game. I think I need to... Can I save and go out? I need to get used to the new controls. There you go. Now she looks like Rido. Ah, yes. Now I see. You actually are a man, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, She looks so freaked out. Well, if anybody finds out, she's probably gonna face severe punishment. Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that... They just steal my name? The hell? They throw me under the bus? Sorry? I mean, sorry. Oh, yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little adventure. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Counsel? Fuck you then. Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I'm Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Does the dad just ship them? I think... Is Ryutaro our first name? Was Ryutaro the name of our friend? I don't remember. I think Ryutaro might have been the guy that got killed. And Naruhodo is our name, so can I mix them together maybe? But it might also be our first name, I don't... Our name was Ryunosuke? Right. But yeah, I think they do get shipped. Simply for being the male and female lead character, therefore they have to obviously get shipped. The dead guy was Kazama. Kiryu Kazama. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild white eyes aren't going to do you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of the study program. And this is, No, I'm his wife, I mean husband. Yeah, I'm his husband, we're married. His cousin. Yeah, that's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces. You wouldn't know them, you know, a very small bunk and stuff. Was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. I'm his wife, I mean mom, I mean fuck. Ah, so you're his fuck buddy, eh? I've heard about these things. They're very common in, Europe. Any of them. True. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. A Japanese judge would lose his mind if that was the case. Probably. How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Dad. Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, Aiza... What? Aiza won't to flit? Want? What? Huh? Okay. Prone to moving around? I figured that from context, but the words still sound weird. The case to be heard in this day is a matter of great significance to our national interest. One is different from wound. It's just kind of, you know, there's a word I haven't heard a lot or never seen before. It's kind of difficult to figure out the pronunciation sometimes, or if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Just a rarely used word, or would you say it's an old word? An outdated one, perchance? In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may very well affect the future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown Yoko by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. Determine whether you're sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you were standing. You guys have a lot of nation-changing trials? There's a yearly nation-changing trial going on. The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying column. So for somebody trained like you, it should be easy, right? Don't mess up now. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, it will be easy. What student was Naruhodo again? I don't remember, to be honest. I think forensics, maybe? Like, something like that? Criminal science, perchance? Think it was useless? Yeah, probably. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? I mean, the judge wants to test if I'm even worthy of standing here, so if I just say no, is he just gonna throw me out immediately? Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Can you imagine you go into your finals, like your oral finals questions, and you go like, yeah, I'm ready, but please make it simple questions. Gentleman right over here is kind of... Zaluka? What? Oh, what do you mean? You will state the name of the victim. Oh, you very much approve? Oh, same. I already liked the silhouettes before the game. But, big fan of this. Also a big fan of the costume that she had on before, the one that I unlocked. But we gotta be undercover right now, so unfortunate. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. The goth dress? Yup. And it's kind of funny that, Naruhodo basically dresses up as Herlock Sholmes, and Herlock Sholmes gets a very cutesy. Is it a yukata for guys too? Like it or not, mine's want to blank. Not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear. Wait, I just realized even her dialogue box has been renamed. Don't know the difference? Valid, I guess. This is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be among all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Use the RB button to open the court record. She's like, what the hell? Huh? RB button? We got buttons on this podium? More annoyed our dad gets a Hayori and we don't. What's a Hayori for? Like, what makes that different? Do you need to flip the people section with RB? Isn't that just because he's a professor? It's an overcoat? Dang. Don't we technically have an overcoat with our cape going on? We got like a student uniform? The Bleach Captains have them? I see. Don't take too long over that. What? Don't take too long over it? His Excellency is watching you closely? Why do you pretend like there's a time limit here? Alright, check the court record with... Wait, I don't have a cape. I'm not Rido. I'm Rido post-cape. I'm waiting, counsel. What's the name of the victim in this case? What are we dealing with? He's an authority in forensic medicine in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my father. She reminds me of somebody with that portrait. I can't put my finger on who though. That one girl from Blue Exorcist? You lost me. But possibly. Did I have that in the back of my mind? Giselle Brett. Victim of the case, former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting Professor Dr. John Wilson. Lead prosecutor of this case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of the turbulent new times in Japan. The Meiji era. Wiggly, thick eyebrows? I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But I don't know. Honestly, the only girl I remember from Blue Exorcist is the one redhead that was a snake, I think, or a sword. And she just runs around in a bikini all the time. There was a weird plot twist to pop out of nowhere. Time of death just after 2 p.m. A death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. That's what I remember. That is what I remember. I also remember the very unsatisfying ending of the season, and then it got remade because apparently the first adaptation wasn't accurate to the manga. But whenever I tried to watch the real adaptation of the manga, I kind of couldn't keep watching it because I got bored, and I never finished the actual adaptation. So, you know, unfortunate, I guess. I also remember that one Faust guy or whatever that had green hair and a white suit going on that was kind of just playing both sides for funsies. She was a Jezebel.
Yes!
Yes! The name of the victim. Wait, do we get to hear our objection? The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our court empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. The one you mean is named Kamiki Izumo. Kamiki Izumo. No, that's not what she reminds me of. I do kind of remember her though. Though to be fair, I barely remember anything about Blue Exorcist. So she reminded you of? They look rather similar. That's a valid point. I definitely can see it. Wait. Hold on. Now I gotta look something up. I think I might be tripping. Can I get a good picture of this maybe, and not just freaking side angles? No, I don't think this is it. Okay, I don't know. We'll figure it out eventually, I'm sure. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. After season 1, you just completely forgot everything. I remember a little bit, like small fragments, but I don't remember the overarching like plot that's going on. Especially not if you ask me about the remake or like the Brotherhood version of it. Speaking of which, is Fullmetal Alchemist actually good? That's also an anime that I just can't get into. I don't know why. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Brotherhood is very enjoyable. Maybe I just need to give it a longer shot. Push through a bit to get the part where it hooks me. Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the courtroom record. I mean, I watched it. I don't even remember when I watched it, but it's been like forever ago as well. And I didn't dislike it. I did like the whole concept of it all. For some reason, I just didn't continue watching it and just didn't fully grip me. Original Fullmetal Alchemist isn't really your cup of tea, though. I don't even know what the difference is besides that Brotherhood supposedly is way better and following the manga. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of Queen Victoria. I mean, she technically is a victim, but...
Yes!
I knew it. Those Brits are infiltrating Japan. Sorry, Nippon. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. The fact that she was allowed to move around for 9 months after that is kind of crazy. That she wasn't sent back to Britain at least. She was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. It was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here. It was I who invented his existence. He was actually a robot all along. As a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wished to resolve rapidly. It was I who invented Great Britain, the original sin. Indeed it was. Which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yuma University was arrested on suspicion of murder. Second-year English language student. Oh, okay. He didn't even study forensics or anything, he literally just studied English. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to the crime. There's only one case in Japan in these games, because that's the 1% where the defendant is not found guilty. When questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, well, I forgot. Yeah, it was kind of nasally. Yeah, immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. And we were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai in China instead. Okay, so she wasn't kept around. So she got back into Japan illegally and then got murdered again? Why Shanghai? Because China owns everything. Didn't you pay attention? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. And that reminded... oh my god. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. You needed 9 months for a transfer agreement? They probably had to wait for the ship to even come by here. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before? What will you do? I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. From Shanghai to Japan can't be that long. I don't know, it's like old times, isn't it? I mean, surely it doesn't take 9 months for one trip, but they probably also had to haggle a lot with Britain. A summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. T-poses on you. As you wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August, in broad daylight. This reminds me of, I think, the final case, or one of the final cases in the Ace Attorney trilogy. Because they also have like a shitty little hut down by a river that kind of plays a role. On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Raymond Balmy. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. Okay, but if it's only her and that other lady, how do we know that she was even there unless she had tested for it herself? Also, let me try something real quick. I'm gonna have to go on a little tangent here real quick. Because I kind of forgot to set that up for today. This. Now, how do I... Okay. Let's see if that works. That should work. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Who alerted the police? Question mark. Well, their extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. The average steamboat, there's no way you actually just did research for that. The average steamboat can do up to 20 knots, which is roughly 70 or 37 kilometers per hour. Japan and Shanghai are about 1,763 kilometers apart, so it would have taken approximately 47 hours or 2 days. Okay, but you also have to consider that it's not a straight line. You have to travel with sea currents, and they probably didn't send a straight up steamboat slash cruiser that could withstand the ocean just for her. It would have been a week at most. Listen, I'm not disagreeing. Like I said, 9 months is probably not as long as it took. But there's probably a lot of negotiations with Britain as well. Like, oh, do we send them back to you guys? Do we send her to... Like, where do you want her? Let you hyperfixate? Okay, okay, let your autism flow. My bad. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary. I'm sure within this trial there will come out that, oh, the fact that it took so long was actually a ploy by the actual murderer, so they got a chance to snuff out loose ends. Agree? Agree. It was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution's counsel on what he said about being alone together. I mean, I have questions about that, but the right answer is probably about the motive. Like, what motive could she possibly have? I am curious about this, though. Membani-san. Yes, what is this, Susa? Naruto-san. She locked in, holy. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please, tell the court where exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. She really is that meme of the anime prisoner guy locking in. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. I only have one eyes for one woman, and that's you. I mean, one man. There were other people present. The detective who was guarding Miss Beret for starters. Well, he clearly didn't do his job. Why is he not on trial? I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as companion, that's all. Why? Exactly? But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together, with the victim in the hunt. You and no one else. I only like one man's tits. She is the one. If any woman ever says that to you, she's the one. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Beret on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. I thought she was asked to accompany them, so... No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Beret extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. We all know he's stupid. I don't even know if he's stupid. I know that he's like dumb to a certain degree. But I think right now he's just going off what he believes to be the facts. And the facts are, as this case stands, she was there. She was alone in the hut with the victim that then was found dead. And yeah, fuck the facts. Gotta love when my legal representative just says fuck the facts in front of the judge. Screw your updated autopsy report, I can't read. The accused would never have an opportunity to just bitch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Trying to let them goad you. Since so many actual lawyers and prosecutors lose their minds over the outdated autopsy report, yeah, it's kind of funny when, like, oh, real lawyers react. And then they just go like, yeah, no, none of this is real. Like, okay. I didn't expect it to be, but it's still good to know, I guess. I mean, since this doesn't cost us anything, let's talk about the bathing spot. Why did a convicted criminal get to go to a secluded bathing spot? To sit in on a civil trial once when you were in school and that was so insanely boring. I kind of expect that, but also, why did you have to sit in on a civil trial? That sounds kind of weird. What do you want? You fresh-faced young yokel student. I wonder, could you explain please? You mentioned a bathing spot? Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused you, poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Was a school trip thing when they're open to the public, you can just go and watch? It was for a subject called GRW or Gesellschafts, Recht und Wirtschaft for long? Huh. For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day on our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. You know that one beach that is beyond steep, so there's warning signs at the top that go like, yo, it costs rescue services thousands of dollars and you're going to pay them if you get stuck down there and need to call us for help. So consider if you really want to go down there right now. Maybe just went because there's a civil court in the town your school was in. I think that's a similar reason as to why I went to a hospital once with my school. Simply because our hospital was relatively close by. Nobody ever cares until it actually happens. Yeah, everybody got that hubris going on, like, that doesn't look so bad. And then they go down, and the people that film it, you just hear them dying as they climb that cliff. Went to a drug addiction ward? What? What grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. As part of drug prevention, I think as part of drug prevention, we had like 2 people come in and like 2 actors, and they pretended to be drug addicts or something. And they also set up a little box where you could anonymously put questions in without judgment or so, which they would then read and answer. Also, friends and I, dumb little twerps that we were, took a bit of an eraser and kind of, you know, shaved it down until there was like a lot of little, until it was like basically a bunch of dust. And then put that in a piece of paper and slip that in there. Or one of us slipped that in there as like a joke, and then we were like, are you fucking stupid? And then we tried to pull that out, but it was like in a bunch of other pieces of paper, so we couldn't find it. And then they pulled that shit out, and we're like, yeah, I mean, I don't know who put that in there, but That's not even close to what it would actually look like. It's like, okay, moving on, I guess. Teacher opted to have you visit a drug ward in a psychiatric clinic and had to interview the people. You had to interview them? Were we stupid? Yes. Very. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing would go wrong. I mean, I had people in my year that I know of that smoked newspaper. So, you know, there certainly were some special little light bulbs at my school. About all sorts of drug-related stuff. Made a pamphlet and all. In hindsight, it feels kind of rude. I mean, it's probably beneficial to both. I'm guessing the people in the drug ward that participated of their own volition kind of got a reduced sentence or something. They got something out of it, I'm guessing. If they behaved well. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proven that yet. I wouldn't provoke that man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. Was a ward for helping addicted people? There were... Oh, okay. Bathing spot. The powerful motive. We also had like one guy that I think joined later. I don't remember if he joined later our school or if he just got held back. But I think he was extremely addicted to heroin. And then one day, like he was actually doing heroin in the school bathrooms apparently. And one day he just got kind of put into a psychiatric ward as well, as far as I heard, to help with his problems. They're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? They live in small shared homes of like 4 people. They get a full apartment typically, and seem to be doing as well as you can with an issue like that. Definitely saw the effects though. Definitely left a lasting impression. I can imagine. I only see like, or seen like, those pictures online as to like, oh, this drug, before this drug, after this drug, and it's like a little compilation of like 15 different things. You're a research assistant at the Imperial Yuma University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his library at the moment. Laboratory. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Very much humanized the victims though, and made it easier to not just judge them. Can you imagine if it was the other way around? If it completely dehumanized them? All those shacks were basically like you went to a human zoo, just gawking at the unfortunate. I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Crazy plot twist, I know. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. You know, thinking back to it, we really had a lot of different people with a lot of different problems going on. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had toward the English woman who killed him. Well, obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. So much hatred, I could inflict extreme violence upon somebody. If we were alone, like in a secluded spot, maybe away from eyesight. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. Oh, sorry, let me be clearer. I would have murdered her if I had the chance. I see, guilty. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of their mentor, for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary, until Miss Brett's extradition. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment, or murdering her, but, you know, we're here to bail her out for that little mistake. Oh, Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print and then shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Okay, I see a bottle tipped over, I see another dress, I see multiple different masks she got going on. I see the glass, the pen. Is that little slit at the back? Wait, that's definitely going to... okay, calling it now, she was sitting on that little cushion thing and then somebody stabbed her from the outside through that slit there. As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. The court would accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at that time. Oh, this is deeply troubling, I must say. Oh, the finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally, the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime. And damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witness. Was the policeman for sure? I don't know if it was the policeman. I feel like that would be too obvious, but honestly, maybe. I'll reserve judgment for now. I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Ah, yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Yeah. Ryunosuke Naruto. Yeah? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. The future is now, old man. Dunks on you. Wait, he's about to judgment slash him. Hold on, wait, watch out. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Imagine you're a trained prosecutor who practiced for ages and you get defeated by an English student. Not just an English student, by the one that's accused to be guilty. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolled. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aochi growth! Why is he calling attention to it? Like, why do we have this subplot of him growing hair again because he's so angry? You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. It's important for the trial. It's where the critical piece of evidence is hiding. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? Oh shit. Silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruto clan. Well, I will vanquish you! And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. Do you really just say the stakes are equally high? Our best friend gets accused of murder and he might get to regrow some hair? If rage makes it grow, shouldn't you lose again to stay mad? Maybe he wins and then gets extra mad because the Naruhodo clan can't stand up to him, but that first loss was just pure luck. A haircut is hardly comparable to Rei's life. He has a turtle now! And it's, what's his name? Not Satsuki. Is it Satsuki? It's something with an S. The poet that's also in Yakuza 6. Also in Ishin. What a nightmare combination. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Wait, let me think. It was something S-O. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously. So, I can go undetected. Sosuke Aizen? Soseki. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes! Wait, he got. Whoa, what? Hold on. He got confidence and his own groupie? Soon to be sold out. The satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the province's police. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please, relax. Call me Sosuke even. Yes. What on earth is Sosuke-san doing here? Tread carefully, Sato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. That depression left him fast. All you need to fight depression apparently is success in the workplace and a shit ton of money. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Sosuke-san won't have forgotten about me. I would certainly never forget him. Although, he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. Why do we only call attention to him though? The police officer also knows us. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, maybe not your face, but also the turtle's blushing. Well, your glasses for one. Although, they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? Basically, like, he's just standing in court in swim trunks. I guess that is true. I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. So how did you end up at the beach? Do you believe the world of Ace Attorney is the aftermath of a biological weapon that turned 95% of the population into wackos? It's just some brain-eating fungus that got released into the air. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With my father? With Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who would study in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribbled stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it and weep, scrubs. My provincial, struggling student friends. Oh. Why is he fucking shit-talking me? Also, why does he have multiple copies of newspaper? How self-absorbed did he become? Basically threw the paper at me. Soski Natsume's article has been entered into the court record. Let me take a look-see at that. Anyway, following my interview with the professor... Can I turn this? Well, that's not. The lady in question appeared to made a very unexpected announcement. Oh god, button layouts. Wait, a cat came with him? Was that a new cat? Also, why is he throat chopping my dad? Also, what's with this crack? I'm guessing I need this crack because it's a crack. Okay, it's the photographer? Maybe it's the photographer? Either the photographer or it's... Well, it can't be the police guy. But I'm guessing I have to go like, oh, listen, here you can see that these photos have been taken at the same day because this, or like by the same guy, because this crack is here and it's in this other picture too, yippee. I should like to go with everyone to sim your country's coast. And those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompany her, sir. The detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Sunaga. Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seemed. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I'm in peak physical fitness at the moment, so... That is your peak physical fitness? You're still dying inside? I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Right. Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, father? No, I'm not the murderer, trust. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. So, I mean, okay, a free day at the beach, I kind of can see where you would take it, but also why would you take it with the lady that killed somebody you were close with? I don't think a free beach trip can overshadow that. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Yeah, but if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret. Was a secret trial, so she might not even have known? But isn't the whole point of her motive that she knew? Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret, I am... Double! The witnessed scene. the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. Oh, you were ordered to wear a turtle on your head? I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. Or caterwaul? I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes. That young girl was a stripy English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed, indubitably. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses were present the very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Counsel? The so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you wouldn't cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. I think I see another issue here, but I don't know if that's gonna play into anything. Let's trust the murderer that lied for half the case. I'm sorry. Oh, her. I mean, why would she lie as she's dying? I think another issue here might be that this photo doesn't have a shadow of the person that took the photo, even though the shadow is falling inside the cabin. So this might be a setup picture while somebody else was stabbing from behind, like the actual culprit, the actual photo guy. I don't know if that's gonna play into anything though, if there's just no shadow for clarity. Dong. Yes! The victim was clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right. The fountain pen. If you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. What does it have? Ray's name on it? The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. Okay, jumping to conclusions, maybe? The initials of the defendant. Yeah, no! This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Pen of the victim. Oh, the victim was grasping. So, have I omitted anything? But I can't look at it further? Okay. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. means... Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in this courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please. Why are you calling him/her cousin? Right. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying. That's all there's to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Wow. The witnessed scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
Hold it!
And that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on the assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Really? That's what I get an achievement for? I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard that caterwaul from behind me. What crab? Which crab? Ah! You're describing the victim's scream, presumably Suzuki-san. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Yeah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. It's giving me so many free shots for random references, it's crazy. We renowned authors want to describing things so. Suzuki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats where they are for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the English woman commandeered the hut for herself. Which meant that I was forced to change into a swimwear on the sand. Ah, I imagined that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I de-crabbed and de-beagled off hut-wise. This guy needs medicine. I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... But how could that be? Who doesn't here? I don't know, I feel like Susato is relatively well adjusted. And her dad kind of as well. Also, I haven't seen Rei Membami go completely AWOL yet. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Rei Membami's son. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish. Really was an outside chance. I just wish I had realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hunt? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norran curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Holy, the turtle is dying as well! My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. Are you an author too? Why do you talk like this? Oh, thoroughly appalling. Doesn't appear to be lying here. Sasaki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hasunaga is saying, I wonder? Ah, you'd like a literary man's opinion. Yes. That young girl was a striking English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre. The terrapin inspector. The bloody torrent. The author's torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no. No. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Suzuki-san. Something you said is troubling me. It was my impression, were your words just now. So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described? Who are you looking for, man? No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I said. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream. And my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear. How awkward. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
How would blood prove that it's multiple stabbings and not just one? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. That makes no sense. Blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. Then I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. Another question. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. So she was stabbed more after? Yes, that's right, I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right, I saw it too. I think we need to get Mr. Susano, Mr. Natsumi out of here. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. Oh, got him! That's just my personal opinion, of course. Chancellor, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. That's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. I'm guessing I just checked the report and it says like, oh, they only were stabbed once or they died instantly. But my dear, you really must try to calm down. How am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have had any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even... a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one way for that. Yep. Carry on. Also, I'm gonna turn on my list real quick. The darkness is creeping in. I considered the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement, finding inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the top. Okay, let me check the autopsy report. Oops. Female British, August, around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung, resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. Pupil constriction. How does that happen?
Objection!
That's unnatural. The pupil usually relaxes upon death. Yeah, that's why I'm curious. Because I also can't think of a way that that would happen unless she was like on drugs or anything. But that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-san and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, she could have been paralyzed by, say, a poison, maybe a pufferfish, some tetrodotoxin. The stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counselor? I'd like to witness, the witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, how? Not you, Suzuki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? What? Why is she hot? You can't do that to me, Ace Attorney. What? You gonna rename yourself into Ray Membami? Did the Yuri propaganda work on you? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Maybe you will. New cosplay unlocked? Hey, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? I kind of want to see him freak out so the turtle also freaks out. I want to see more turtle animations. Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Sunaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Suzuki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. That also can't be true. But I was going with him because he, didn't say wildly, he said multiple. So that directly it's like, it's easier to point that contradiction out. Both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ugh. True. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Suzuki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Sister. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Oh god, here he comes. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this at trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. Can you imagine roasting yourself while you try to roast somebody else? Like, if you lost so hard to a half-witted, half-baked child, did you have to swear a fucking family feud for all eternity? That's kind of pathetic. You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution. It was only half the head. My head is quite adequately dressed. Case. All this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds. That makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain. That's a great sentence. I think I'm gonna steal that. Engage your brain. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. It was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Hit with a truth bullet. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, there is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we're back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure. That's just conjecture, isn't it? The prosecution demands an explanation. And then had better be good. What if she just tried to help? You say slander! Wait, did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, I see. Ray would never pull out. Going for the jugular. Huh? What's father mean by that? Let the court hear you answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here. We don't have a case. Reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade. The knife blade? That is such a weird way to say it. Out of the victim's body was surely so she could stab her again, save her life, hide the knife. Pretty sure she was stabbed in the lung, not the jugular. Objection, Dad! I mean, Professor Mikutoba. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. You know, I know I'm making this explanation right now, but this explanation would hold no water to anybody engaging their brain. Because Ray was studying under Watson, who was a criminal... Shit, what was the word again? Forensics professor. So she should be well aware that if somebody gets stabbed, you should not pull out the knife. So, yeah. I don't know about this one. Unless, wait. Are you supposed to pull out the knife if you hit the lungs so you can let the blood flow out of the lungs? But then I still feel like you're just going to increase the blood flow, even if it's, you know, it can drain out. I still feel the lungs would fill up more than they would otherwise. That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates a killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Barrett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect from this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopefully has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Can they stop calling us yokel, please? It must have been the word of the day together with wand. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Forensic Medicine Primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Okay, so we actually going into this? That's didn't expect that. It's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Wait a second. I might have an idea here that's a little crazy. What if she's actually so cracked at medicine that she actually wants to pull out the knife and then take the fountain pen that she had, give it to her to hold on to, and then she would take the fountain pen to poke through the stabbing wound straight into the lungs, so there's a breathing hole, so she can breathe even with like a bit of blood filling her lungs. Or to drain the blood out, either or, I'll take either. What if we just one-up the medicine bullshit? Is that what you just... Is it what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. A tracheotomy? Yes. You usually do that by punching a hole into the windpipe. Yeah, I know, but you could still put it in like the wound probably to have the blood or help the blood flow out instead of in. Or at least give like a way in, something, you know? Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper wouldn't be removed. But also the fact that he just mentioned that it would cause heavy bleeding has me think that it would come back to the poison thing, because I don't think we've seen heavy bleeding, which certain poison types prevent heavy bleeding, right? I think the issue is actually not the blood filling the lungs, but the lungs just straining or straight up being slashed so they can't contain the air. I guess that might also be a problem. I mean, the poison has to be it. The detail about the pupils, and let me check this again. I'm pretty sure there's barely any blood around. I mean, she bled like a little bit, but I wouldn't say this is heavy bleeding. Especially if you hit like a vital organ like the lungs, I feel like there would be more blood. Why did they kill the swan though? Maybe the swan is just lifelink, like soul bonded to her, and if she dies, the swan dies, and vice versa. A fatal hemorrhage. Okay, so she did bleed enough to die from it. There's no blood pool underneath her, which would definitely be there. The doctor is ready to provide proper treatment. That stopper shouldn't be removed. But she's a medical student, so she would technically count, no? If she knows what she's doing here? Oh, I see. Mrs. Wayne Yokel should stay out on the phone. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife. Huh? What kind of argument is this? Is he admitting to a crime in front of the court? Either she was moved, which is impossible since she was still alive, or something caused her blood to coagulate like a poison. I mean, I'm still with the poison and that it stopped the heavy bleeding, but the autopsy report specifically mentioned that it's a fatal hemorrhage that killed her, so there must have been enough blood loss there. But also, yeah, she was definitely stabbed through that tiny hole in the back as she was sitting there, and the poison or the knife was coated in something weird. And since it's the ocean, I'm betting on pufferfish, tetrodotoxin. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a plant. Mother, is it true what they're telling me? Well, I stabbed a couple of people in my day, so yeah, I can attest to that. If you were a cruel killer, you'd say she was paralyzed first and then stabbed while she was able to witness all that? Like what you did to the professor? The professor also died to pufferfish? I don't remember, I just remember it being a whole steak issue. Basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? What if we just call her up and ask her? On the stand. Would she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... my friend actually have? Susato! Yes? Professor had some South American plant poison injected into him. It paralyzed him while he was still alive, and he had to see death approach, unable to do anything. He was shot, I think, right? Like, ultimately, the thing that killed him? We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my education immediately. Adjudication. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. Be hard, but no idea it would be this hard. Facing off, Forensic Medicine Primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Hold it!
You say it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Removing it and a serious hemorrhage would occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. We just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it!
Hold it! In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Raymond Barney's son, does not possess an ounce of sense. That is the worst. Okay, I would fire my defense attorney at this point. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. No, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Yeah, holy shit, okay, he's ready to crack some skulls. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Yeah, it recoiled on me hard, rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membani's son would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, that I can't pick over a bunch.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. She feels like a Reddit user. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Don't forget that the young student did have a motive for
Hold it!
whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Attention!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes. Evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feeling. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motives, please. Ah, yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami's. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant, despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for data traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but although he believed firmly in Membami-san's. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. It's hopeless. I can't find a single crack in his testimony anywhere. Rain knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundament. Maybe I should throw the dilated pupils or constricted pupils in the mix at the careless stuff. Like she saw that something was off. Didn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail too. Realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I know what to do, don't worry. Don't believe the bogey prosecutor. Holy yapping sash, let me get to the evidence. How many different ways can we say look at the clues? Without thinking, just acknowledge at any medical research assistant. Otherwise, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I'm going to present... I don't see anything in here. Wait. What if... I'm going to extend my theory. What if she was stabbed through that hole right here, and then as a reaction to the sharp pain all of a sudden, because she didn't die instantly, she just stood up or jumped forward, which caused the knife to kind of catch in here and pull itself out naturally. So then Membani picked up the knife to try and get it back in to plug the hole again. you'd probably cut her open a bit more than, you know, just plugging the hole, but... Do I present the picture or the... I'm gonna present this first. I feel like the pupils might be it.
Objection!
What about the witness's last statement there? Well... What about those wide eyes of yours? Well... Shit, he got me. Well, thinking. His rose was better. Shit, he got me. How do I get to people? Can I not get to people right now?
Objection!
Okay, okay, it's not this line. It's one of the other ones. I'm guessing it's the first then.
Objection!
Oh god. The witness's statement is definitely contradicted by this piece of evidence. That's so, counsel. Then perhaps you would care to explain to the court precisely how... How? Well, definitely. The contradiction lies in your apparent eagerness to present an empty argument, I feel. Hey, what does he want from me? I don't get it. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing the lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. Wait, look at that artwork too. Can you present for... I tried, but I don't know how to switch to them. I think they just don't give me the option right now. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory? Why? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? This is the morning paper that Suzuki-san gave us. You saying you didn't know? It's embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory. I didn't. I've not heard of any such thing. When on earth did the reporter have gleaned this information? Could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story on our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project? Oh, that's not good. If that's written here, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Raucous England returns, or returnees tell all. As though it was quite an exchange. He became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. Photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the way he actually throat chopped him. You're so smart, the smart artist. Can I open it somehow? I guess not. Father, who was responsible for the lab, knew nothing of the incident. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsumi on the 11th August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. The deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade. That is so weirdly specific. Would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. So, what are the odds that the poison wasn't laced on the blade, but it was actually in her wine? And the stab was just coincidental. Or to make it look like it had to have been somebody that was also inside. But at that point, why not just poison lace the blade? Maybe because they would look at only the blade because it's an obvious stab wound and they wouldn't check the wine for anything. The murderer would be a copycat killer at that point. I think I might be onto something here. That the knife is just a distraction. She killed herself? No, I don't think she did. I think the photographer killed her. I don't know why yet. And I think he kind of just pulled a red herring. I don't know how that poison thing helps me out here though. I mean, do I present the poison-laced blade or something?
Objection!
Apparently I do. There's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. She tried to pull the knife out because she thought she was poisoned. She would know. But wouldn't she also know that the poison would already be in her bloodstream? Oh, the yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Or maybe she tried to get to it before the poison does its job. It was just enough to mess up the pupils, but not enough to kill her. It wasn't there long enough to kill her. And it's easier to fix the bleeding on spot than the poisoning? I don't know. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? Pupils are the final symptom though? Were they? I don't... Hold on. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the... Okay, never mind. Well, okay. I don't even know about the poison to dagger red herring now, because it said that it can't be detected. So who would ever check for that? It's here in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume Unit.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Archie, you will let the defense speak. But the newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities, poison sourced from the laboratory. Why is the poison being developed? I think it's this one that also explains how it works. Don't KO me already, please. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. I think the reason they specify a knife is because the metal acts as an amplifier. Is that possible? Doesn't metal or certain types of metal usually react to poison, making it obvious that something is poisoned? Like silver, for example?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. And the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in this document. Well, that's... I don't know much about poison, but since it's drug engineered for the military, I suppose they could have taken knife materials into consideration. I guess so. Would make sense. It's because, by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. And the weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case, as I believe the defense is well aware. There's no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claimed the suspected poisoning and took the... What? You claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it? Yoko? Wait, did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? Nani? You can't possibly. Your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the old bakery.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes. As a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. They're gonna be like, oh, we'll test the knife. Oh, we didn't find anything, so if there's really poison, where would have been? And then I point at the wine. And then it's GG's. You, yokel student of yokel whatever. Yokel student and yokel professor, I'm guessing? I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's accusation and actions. Yokel these nuts, old man. After the trial. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you're best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know. The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly. But I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft were unfounded? No. Your Excellency, without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of a secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it on the newspaper. I take full responsibility for this incompetence of my supervision. Pardon. A pitiful situation for an university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. Nice slam. None of this is Professor Mikotaba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Membami-san. You stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poisons were the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sasaki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the thief was. You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Miss Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on that stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, no. Whatever do you mean? And then... she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of a stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything pass Miss Barrett's lips whilst I'd been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade? Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have had a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Ba-ba-bam. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Group of dots? Dots at you? It's barely perceptible, but I do think... balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh. I have evidence. And it's very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. We'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie. He's full of shit? Nah, couldn't be. Prosecution making up evidence and statements? Have some praises due, young yokel student. What? What is that picture? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. I mean, this evidence is just a huge self-report because it's from the crack in the back. But you've brought this on yourself. What the? What a more damning shot exists. The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. Yup, I called it with a crack. It was too obvious. It shows the precise moment that Membami's son plunged a dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Yeah. Order! 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 Answer for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. Yo! Okay, they're going in. They actually are going straight for the throat. These yokers are slow of mind and slow to mature. You seem fast to mature when I look at your head, my guy. Show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept that this extremely cogent photographic print is evidence. The incriminating photograph has been entered into courtroom. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. Let me take a look-see here. Oops. Anything else interesting we can find? No. Besides the crack, I don't really see anything of note. Such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray?
Objection!
That is of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
Look at this graph. Look at this murderous giraffe. It's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. No! I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this friend arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print was unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel? that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence! You yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to putting the blade from the wound, or pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Our knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is, without doubt, the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Okay, I do have light to shed, I just don't know which light they want me to shed first. Oh no. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. The right one, of course? Oh yes. How could I not have known? This photograph shows the moment of that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we must need to prove that somehow. You have plenty of time to row your feet on the slow train back to the provinces. And do rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aochi in a court of law. And determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. Must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with an answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print. The answer? Paid $300 for it? 30? Well, same difference. Atlas would have wanted originally to make it 300, but then the law probably came in and was like, ah, it's a bit too much. Can't go that far yet. Try 100 next time. I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No! You can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. Oh, utterly underwhelming. Did you have... However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something?
Take that!
Take that! Ooh, what's this? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell on. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens. What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably. The branches of a tree or the like. Oh yeah, I love it when my trees cast white shadows. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious! Another tree on the beach! They must be twins with the tree from the laboratory. Yes, exactly. The same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. Such an extraordinarily similarity have transpired, I wonder. The curious matching patterns that appear on both photographic prints are a result of the technique? Must be some crazy technique. Must be coincidence, must have been the wind. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with this device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken by the same camera. But is he gonna rip off or scratch off his new grown hair? There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. Couldn't we just ask in the newspaper?
Objection!
Don't they usually get quoted as to who took the picture? I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Alchi, that one of the photographs featured in the newspaper article. A newspaper? Ugh. That's right. The author of that article is the mysterious witness to this crime. Whoa. Whoa! Many what? Many moo? Why is he here? I see why you were called the Raucous England Returnee. Oh, what are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Many Memo. I tell you, Many Memo. Me, mo. So decent. What was that? Did you say Many Memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following me everywhere. A reporter by the name of Brighton Many Memo. The what news? Wait, was there a pun in the news too that I missed? The shoyu? That's something to eat, no? It's soy sauce? Okay. Brighton Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions that. They secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories. do have to wonder if they make different puns for the localization. I mean, they have to, no? Because you can't just one-to-one translate the pun. But that same reporter be... I'm guessing it's kind of like Pokemon rules. That if they can do it, that they give them a bunch of different localized puns. Like for example, the bread dog from Pokemon is called Fido, and in German it would be Hefel or something like that. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with write-in mini memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by... My mini memo, yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer? Find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. Is he not already in here? We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. Called it. It's gonna have no traces of poison on it, I tell you right now. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Many more! To be continued next time. Dun, dun. August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. Hold on, let me... Okay, so the knife isn't in yet. Is the guy... Why is his portrait in the disguise with a turtle? Surreptitiously submerged in the sea in order to keep watch over Miss Brett. He was present at the time of the murder. Wait, he was 52? I thought it was like 40-something. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming too late, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone could find out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. That you'd stand by me to the last. Look at that shine in her eyes, damn. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's not good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Huh? Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato. Sorry, after I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no, no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. The fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Okay? Good. I was so scared, you know? When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who saw the... Yeah, okay, we had this. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got onto her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So, I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. You know what I don't understand? How did she get Mr. Wrighton Many Memos pen if he stabbed her from the outside? Or did she just steal it while he took the poison? While he traded that over? A great mystery indeed. Why, thank you, Mikatoba. Still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speaking up. It'll be alright. However, it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikatoba. No, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yeah. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? How nice that you, for no reason at all, carried that to the courthouse with you today. What a nice coincidence. Oh, I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver the police. Okay. I think perhaps you should have some as well though, just in case. Chemical reagent has been entered into the courtroom record. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. This newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Humane Medical Research Laboratory. I wonder how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. What was all the Englishwoman's doing? Well, It was when the professor and Suzuki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. So-called English lady swarmed in. Good one. Without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba. Oh, Professor. Surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Suzuki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Suzuki-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. There's many memos, sir. Okay, now I'm out of it. I thought the reporter and the Englishwoman were like conspiring spies or something. But then why would she publicly come out and just talk about it to him? If they were going to steal it and then pass over in secret anyway. Now I'm kind of missing the motive again. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed. He shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? The known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Suzuki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened. Just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes! Ray's put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened. I wonder how many courtrooms courthouse has. I always thought it's just one courtroom per, like, you know, it's like one giant complex. Kind of like a church, if you want. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Raymond Barmy. But I guess there's a lot of crimes going on, so you kind of need multiple to keep the line going. Prosecutor Aochi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, there's some very important news to share. What, did you grow a new hair? Oh. Does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Zale Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. You're kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. There's typically multiple courtrooms in one court building, since there's not only criminal trials, but also a lot more common civil ones. Oh yeah, right. I forgot that people can just take other people to court just because they don't like them. Like randomly taking your neighbors to court. At council, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. I am soul reading the photographer right now. I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Oh, the police's, but not your own. Under the reagents, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. But if it's in her blood, would have it reacted to that? The accused's feeble excuse earlier. Hold on, let me examine things myself here. Oh yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Can I get the reagent out and start spraying? Or do I need to examine this first? This label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's... oh wait, we're back? It's German? So your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear? Wait, what? I didn't know that. I thought that's Latin. German was the international language of medicine? It used to be for a fair bit? Interesting. But yes, I can certainly see the merit of labeling the bottle in Japanese. I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Can I read this? No, I can't. I think this is an R or a D, maybe? Don't know what that is. It's an A, Y, M, F? I don't know what this says. So I can't pull this out and use it? Stupid cursive not actually saying anything. I thought it would have been interesting, but I guess, you know... Or maybe that's kind of, you know, those Japanese things, Japanese shirts and clothing in general, that have English writing on it because they just think English words look cool and then it's the biggest nonsense sometimes. Maybe this is the same version, just with German. It's just some gibberish that they thought was German that looked cool. You can read it, but it's like Reim or Ramus. Okay, so we're pretty much at the same level here. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Maybe I get the option to spray things later. It's always funny to see them take straight up soul damage when they get disproven. Now the prosecution is ready to call a new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of that crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. If that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. It's airborne. It was through a very sloppy kiss. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Write in mini memo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there with the news breaks, putting pen and paper to catch those scoops, so they'd print in the next morning. Holy, okay. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh god. Yeah, I'm somewhat of a nice guy myself. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people. Many memos, census, and scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in the Supreme Court. Okay. The readers will let this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 points in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. It's Ryotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Why am I being the one getting questioned? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called Dark Horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. This is why law enforcement never likes to work with journalists. Okay, also, I'm just gonna say, this guy right here is going to die. If you want to buy Ace Attorney, so show me what you got. I can wholeheartedly recommend the original Ace Attorney trilogy. It's a really good play. This one so far, I also like. No objections against this one. I'll probably get the other ones too. And, back to why this guy's gonna die. Because back in the day, I think during this time as well, I don't think they changed it yet. Those things they write with were still lead, so he's basically licking lead right now and eating lead. So, GG's. Am I searching for mods? Loki bought and work for free? Oh, those kind of mods. I thought you meant like mods for a game. Not really right now. I don't think there's too much going on that I need more active mod support. But I'll come back to it if it ever picks up and I need more policing of the chat. Why is he licking the pencil? To wet it so it writes better. Also because he's what's it called? Extravagant? Something like that. I can't think of the word. No, the readers won't buy that. Yeah? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, it wouldn't be a journal, if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes story scholar... Wait, okay, hear me out. You see that ink blob on his hand that comes from people writing and then smearing it with their own hand? How much do you want to bet that's not an ink blob, but it's the poison that he accidentally smeared on his hand there, and then it came into contact with the thing that... what's it called? The thing that shows what it is? The reagent, that's the word. And that's made it glow like that? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and fast hands to write with. It's not good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call many memorism. Many memoirism? Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Suseki-san. Yes, right. That was me. Many more. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words have piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? I wonder if they have a different chase theme in this one. They have a different chase theme in the original Trilogy G for every game, so they might have a new one for this one too. This is technically the second game. No matter which game journalists, they are always the same. I saw it with my very own journal eyes. I don't know. Wait, is Lotta a harder journalist? I think she's just a hobby photographer. But she also just likes to screw you over for no reason. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Many Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will say exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Ding, ding. The camera never lied. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. And the English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her. Think she's an investigative photographer, so basically a tabloid journalist? Well, she does do it for a tabloid. Her first appearance is when she tries to capture the Loch Ness Monster. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames, quick as a flash. I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring, for the time being, the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh, yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. Pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Oh, I see. It was a gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity, a purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. The many memoirs. That's many memoirism in a nutshell. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? And why did he send in the photograph anonymously? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Huh. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Dun, dun, dun. The camera never lied. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. But which gap did you see inside through? What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journal instinct. You can think of a better reason? I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young... Oh, we just go straight into pervert accusations? I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting a journal. The journal is a voyeur. It's hardly slander, son. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without a woman's knowledge. Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. I swear, Your Honor, I'm not a pervert when I took pictures of these naked women without their consent or knowledge. I just thought that there was a news story there, so... yeah. Scoops know no gender, man or woman. It's all news. That's not even many memoism. It's basic journalism. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, then we can move on. Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside? A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. Nobody likes a journalist? Yeah, you're gonna be hard-pressed to find somebody that likes any sort of journalist or paparazzi.
Hold it!
Would you tell the court how she was sitting? She actually saw Membami's son entering the hut? Yeah, and she was raging. Raging like a journal, like my journal spirit. And the argument you mentioned? What was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. Oh, that kind of thing. What the poisonous points? The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she had laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. That was such a terrible joke. I think we should just convict him for that. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. Okay, there. But the students' rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. What's going on here? You really ought to work on his smiles first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, and dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Huh, the precise moment. I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. Here is a simple plan of the beach hunt. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman... victim... Is that actually the kanji for victim? Probably, right? Was on this stool, at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. Just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, I was watching. The evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing profusely. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. That was cinematic. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. I was gonna ask, what would your perfect crime be? And then I was going over poisons and remembered it's technically the kanji for sacrifice. Wait, that's kind of fucked up. Then I remembered that one story about a guy who got poisoned by his wife on the daily because he put, I think, bleach or something into his coffee. And he was like, yo, this coffee tastes kind of weird. Does it taste weird to you? And she assured him that everything was fine. And she just kept doing that over a while, and then he investigated on his own at some point. Victim contains 3 kanji, and the first one is the one for sacrifice. Huh. He describes a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. The beach hut plan has been entered into the courtroom. Oh. I could go for something sugar-coated. I got some chocolate-coated frozen strawberries I could get as a snack. By the way, many memoism. Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, it did not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film. Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. I don't know. Been too long since I had French. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last, expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Is the judge just super tight with my dad that he doesn't even try to fight back or go like, okay, why? He's just like, yeah, you know, sure, whatever. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. Don't we have a... Well, no, I guess she didn't directly talk to him. Anachronism spotted? Wait, I didn't mean to, Stop. I'm gonna have to read all of this again in a second. Wait, I feel like I didn't even get far into all of this.
Hold it!
Do you swear before the court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Huh, the precise moment. Didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. Okay, we heard all this. Okay, never mind. These games really need a fast forward button.
Hold it!
Hold it! Scott is fully aware of your desire to capture that incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand the word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic mini-memoism. I can't wait until this guy goes behind bars. He's so annoying. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed. They really nailed the journalism. There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw though.
Hold it!
Hold it. Women inside didn't notice? Huh, obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. What? Which you think would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Taken nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did you just make that up? The point is, Victor, the witness, risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. This photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said.
Hold it!
Hold it! Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene. My nerves were stretched to break point already. Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you. That was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. It's that spot. Surely he's making all this up. Now, what do I object with here? This photo or the plan? I'm guessing the plan, considering they just gave it to me. Okay, the music didn't stop. God damn it. She looks so bewildered. I represented it rather more forcefully than I intended to. You will kindly refrain from those overly exuberant outbursts, Counsel, be they verbal or material. Oh wait, sorry, did I do the wrong thing? This is the thing where he says he never spoke to her? Maybe this one works? But she didn't talk to him directly here. But then why else would they have this one be the one?
Objection!
Okay. They bamboozled me. They had me questioning myself. But it says there's plenty of gaps to see inside through. Will I have any proof that he might have been in here? Besides maybe the pen. How would he have seen her come in exactly? Well, that's what I'm thinking because of the large gap, but the statement that there's a lot of gaps to watch through could mean that he just, you know, didn't watch through the gap he took the photo through. I wish I could see her other hand here. I mean, I don't know exactly which one they want me to use, so I think I'm just gonna YOLO away. Do I use this one? Oh wait, I mean, his statements kind of contradict each other, no? If there's so many holes to look through, then why did he need to pull open a hole at the end? I mean, they specifically added this one, so there has to be something wrong here. He never set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. Oh, now I can examine the pen? Okay. I couldn't before, so I didn't know I can do that now. It's a Yuma University one. Belongs to some other organization, I suppose. Business of some kind. This is very clearly engraved here. The fact that Miss Barrett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. So obvious the pen tip is the same mark as his armband too. Yeah, that's what I mean. The mark on there is it, but they didn't let me examine the pen before now, so I didn't know that I could do that now. It's kind of weird that they only unlock these things at a certain part when it becomes relevant. Can I open the pen? Probably because you hadn't had the tutorial like for examining yet? Maybe. We take off the pen's lid. Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? I'm guessing the pen has the poison inside. I know, I'm really far out there with my theorizing. Oh yeah, I'll take this and I'll take your pen.
Objection!
Objected. Many Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You spot on there? The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Many Memo-san. Do you recognize this fountain pen? Ugh. This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Raymond Barbie. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM? No? Right in many memory, RM. That's forced on. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. No, Your Honor, I plead no you. I plead quoted out of context. Your favorite fountain pen, that is? The horsey horse tongue. Many Memo-san. Is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that pre-church?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. There's some sort of emblem here. Oh wait, I need to I thought I just press it. I didn't think I need to take that. You know?
Got it!
Get it! As well as the initials, there's also an emblem, the fire emblem. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize many members. Goodness me. It's the emblem! The emblem of Shoyu News! In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond? No! Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Shoyu news reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. Here's a good rule of thumb. If it was harmless, it wouldn't be a secret. I mean, there's harmless secrets. An interview? But he wouldn't try to hide it in front of the court, at least. You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. I don't disagree there. A secret is a secret because it's inconvenient for at least one person. Okay, but there's a difference between inconvenient and harmful. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as many memoirists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about it. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsumi. Soseki-san? Oh yes. According to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. What? So he's going full Trump here, trying to divert attention. Many memoirs and states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. When did this come out? Way earlier. Summon the earlier witness back to the stand. So say son. Hiding something? I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witness come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. So, reveal it, my guy. Do you mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true. Yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question, I don't know. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporters claiming that Miss Brett implicated racism. What on earth could have happened in that hut? The witness's secret. I asked the English one for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for the menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best one. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Whew. That told me. So I waltzed right out of there. Maybe something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman stand.
Hold it!
It was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had already turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any memoirist will tell you that. Let them think you've left. Then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. The fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this landing evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse.
Hold it!
And Sasuke-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling aboard. It's kind of weird that the detective ran away, considering that he's police force, so he should stay there, tell this guy to go get help, or at least arrest who he thinks the criminal is first. You know, the lady with the bloody knife in her hand, so she doesn't stab the civilian that he left her with, the other only witness, before she can run away. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Sasuke-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. Maybe a surprise, but he's not all that competent. What? The police officer under whose supervision 3 different people died is not all that competent? That's crazy talk. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. He's about as good as his job as Dante's at keeping Haruka safe. Well, Haruka at least never killed anybody under his protection, he only ever lost them. I'd say Dante's actually better for once. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now, we come to the crucial part, and that's when it happened. And that's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question, which would be... What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Out with that, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles on the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, both even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get her. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Sasuke-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But when in the stand, you will answer the question asked of you unambiguously. He's gonna say she pointed at the lady, but the lady was standing behind her, you know, the door, victim, then the accused. But the real answer is gonna be that she pointed even past her through the hole in the screen at the camera guy. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied. Go on with it, man. So you try to find out who the culprit was? He who asked a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and moustache. Because I'm Japanese. Oh dear. Christian has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Is that just a hint at real life here, or what's going on? And honestly, having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer-son? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Sasuke-san, is that really true? Well, no, he said in the direction of. It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Sasuke-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point a finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. Thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing at a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly. In a very different direction. Not where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events in the direction in which the victim were pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this is an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no other than the accused in the direction of the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no other besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No! Take soul damage again, even though the answer is the most obvious thing since... everything, honestly. Dashing Lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is seriously bad. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying, and then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet and was stabbed. What? Honk. I take it then the defense has nothing further to add? So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know!
Objection!
Yeah, you should be sweating, boy. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your education for the time being. Adjudication. Oh, to what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
To put it legally, I smell bullshit, Your Honor. An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction! Fantasy! The only fantasy here is yours! Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Right here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I am Naruhodo now. The culprit, the true culprit, who fatally stabbed Miss Brett, was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? Order, order, order! He's going Super Saiyan? But Student Lawyer Naruhodo-san is quiet. That makes no sense at all. You've You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get out. Thanks for the self-report, my man. You're making this so much easier for me. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut. There's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Yes, a knife could never pierce a thin reed. Actually, Prosecutor Archie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that this precisely is the way that Miss Brad was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. I'm gonna mess up now. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. Guidance, Counselor? What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside of the hut? The victim's testimony, technically, but I mean, this has the slit there. I'd say that's a good piece of evidence. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Okay, so it's either this or it's this picture. Or is it the floor plan? Would this prove that she... Okay, I guess technically this would prove that she would be stabbed through the soul because you can only see footprints in the front, you can't really see a lot of footprints in the back. So I'm going to present this for now.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed that it is what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from the outside of the hut? It's this hole right here.
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. I don't see it, therefore it doesn't exist. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you would expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade, I really hate the fact that they keep saying a knife blade, could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Most knives do have a blade and a handle, so it makes sense. Okay, but if you say the victim got stabbed with the knife, the most reasonable thing is to expect that it was with the blade and not the handle. If you have to constantly reiterate that the victim has not in fact been stabbed with the blunt end of the knife, I feel like you got bigger things to worry about in that case. Only the blade passed the reeds, the handle did not. But the whole thing is here. That whole thing passed through because it's all in here. Well, okay, I clicked the wrong thing, but... You know, it's right there. Not here, but... You don't see that? Okay. Okay, Mr. Prosecutor. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. And not just that, there's only one person that already admitted to making that hole with their bare hands. Only one person was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raiten Menimori. Wait, holy shit. Why is she getting the Vampire Lord's theme here? It could only have been you. No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. Did someone have to invite her into the courthouse? Probably her dad. Or she still had permission from when Mr. Naruhodo was here. This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not? There goes my theory. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool. Have another look at the photograph. Here, look at this photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Also, making the accused and the culprit called Membami and Menimomi and Menimemo is kinda... it's bold. By your silence, Menimemo-san. I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from either witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter. We're not going to establish a motive? Which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. Wait, this was... surely there's gonna be a twist here, right? There's no way this is already the end. Finally made him cave. I must say, I would have been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. Out of my growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason to for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the read screen walls. Shut the hell up, I'm sorry. I shall sit here in silence. And yes, I know you didn't mean me. And no one but you was in place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blow. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Why is Soseki still in the stand? Well, what are you talking about? Brace yourselves, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Clear yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign of this particular poison was used. I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Okay, but you still stabbed her while she was alive. That's still a crime, even if it, wouldn't have killed her in the end. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison would not have circulated in her blood. I hate when the prosecution regains their composure. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because quite simply, the English woman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can't be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... That can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have you, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Order. Order. Order! But where does this leave us? Oh... In that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely embittered it. And she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor at the beach. Oh, that's water. I thought it's wine because it's dark. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. And me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those white eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. What does it get it to pop off so hard? I don't know. But it was the same in the first one. The tutorial trial went kind of harder than usual. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in this testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal, and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth. It slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where's this trial going to take us? Bling. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. Okay, you can't. Name of the testimony. Complete innocence. First sentence. Yeah, I stabbed her. It's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? He stabbed her platonically. I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing. I'd got my goat. If the court weren't right to... If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? Socially? Can you imagine he just rips off his face, it's like a rubber mask or something, and he has Joker makeup on? That's why I did it. Did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Stab a woman in the back, trying to hide your own presence and not face repercussions? Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Not very honorable, my guy? Well, he never claimed to face things. He just claimed that he's not running from them. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You implicating Ray again? She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here's off the hook. Well, that doesn't make sense in two different ways. For one, how would you have known that the poison was stolen then? Unless, you know, you stole it yourself or something. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Well, fair on that point, but also how would he know that she was poisoned? Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right. Yes, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. It's unbelievable. And after I had made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-sama. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Shit, that was it! The final gavel! Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. To him. Complete innocence. Oh yeah, I stabbed the English woman. And I would do it again. Yo, chill out, stop, go back.
Hold it!
So, you admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Bretton? The woman's very existence offended my senses of justice. Yeah, I have a little. A sense of claiming some sort of righteous indignation. She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on the Empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Like, this dude has to be such a masochist. I'm sorry, I have to talk about it now. The fact that he keeps pulling them so far back and then snaps them back onto his, you know, right onto his nips, it's gonna hurt, no? So I had to step in. By the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to it. Maybe it's like those church people that whip their own backs for sin. He literally admitted to doing a hate crime in a courtroom. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, I guess. So in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. The Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right. For society. He's a glutton for punishment in every way. It hits right on the nips too. Right? Exactly. I just can't stop seeing it and he can't stop doing it. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dark, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was has nothing to do with me at all. And because why would I have bothered to stab a woman if I had already poisoned her? You tell me. So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously. That would be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like the accused administered the poison, following which his witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for a victim. Do something that evil, and you've got it coming. And that's how the law works. The law of reckoning. I don't think that's how this works, no? That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. When I heard the student girl and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
Wait, you had a goat with you at the beach? What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Nikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. There's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland of Greenville. Was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray. Young girl, you're still accused here. You can just blurt out whatever you feel like. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susetto, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membarmy, son. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Shut up, Judge! That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy source. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please. I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Shut up, Judge, is some real Von Karma energy. Either Von Karma, his daughter, well, I guess both are Von Karmas. Both Von Karmas count, and Vampire Boy as well. I keep forgetting his name. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency! All Von Karma just going, Judge, he's guilty, say it. And the judge was ready to do it. It's so funny. Yeah, also young Von Karma, just every time the judge does anything that doesn't befit her, she just whips him and goes like, yo, hurry it the fuck up. This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. But unless the guy in charge of it was currently being interviewed. Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikatova until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited the laboratory. But as I left... Isn't it a government secret for the military? We're just showing it to everybody now? A convicted criminal? A fucking renowned author just because he's begging? Like, what? Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Suzuki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't be just the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Many memos, one small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you say I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medicinal Research Laboratory or Medical. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Ugh. Well, Mini Memo son. As a journal and a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoism. Brother's clearly right about this. The reporter did write that article. He based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. Details of the poison article have been updated in the court record. My sources that I made it the fuck up. I've been waiting for so long to use that in here. Like, for just the right point. So, that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinky story. Stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. I wanted to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab that person as well. That's what you wanted to amend? Shit, I accidentally skipped. Stop, don't talk to me. I mean, I can tell you right now why he stabbed her, because she still had the poison that she smuggled out with the pen for him. And she refused to give it back.
Hold it!
Or something along those lines. Perhaps he doubted the efficiency of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. Or maybe he was afraid that she was about to give it back. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. If the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. Yet, this man has proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. Was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett clearly? Must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. The fuck uses pepper instead of spring onions on ramen? Weirdos. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry, what change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishman. Ah, yes, that's it. Straight prison? Don't worry, we're sending him there. That's when Mini Memo's son first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That would be the key here. Sorry, I didn't quite pay attention. What was the key? That he didn't know how the poison works? Oh, he poisoned her and he didn't know that it would be traceable? So then he stabbed to be the red herring that I said? I really not use this tincture. somehow. Open it up further. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Something wrong, Father? Just that doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yeah, you're right. Pretty much empty. Well, you're on the verge of running out, I suppose. Can I check that liquid? Question mark. Can I spray it? It's empty. It says on the verge of empty. A small amount of liquid is still inside. The Englishwoman. Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? But the student girl and the pompous English murderer arguing got my goat. Whereas if you poison someone, there'd be no reason then to... Okay, let me think about this. Can I do some more here? Apparently not. What if you wanted the pen back? Maybe there's something to do with this. Hold on. Following the lecture, you may see disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison being secretly developed at the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. In the smallest amount entering the body via either a mouth or via the wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with, oh yeah, wait, if she already got accused by the university of having stolen that poison and then she would mysteriously die, it will come to light pretty quickly that it was the poison after all. And why would somebody steal that poison just to kill themselves?
Hold it!
I pressed the wrong button. I'm stupid. Now I'm gonna have to sit through so much yapping.
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, allow me to elaborate. I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information from this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no other question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Many Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. But the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Miss Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What a worrying information! The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. I wonder what kind of poison that is. I wonder if that's based on anything real. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. Final Google? Thanks. Let's plan a perfect murder, shall we? A semi-perfect murder. It would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, writing many memo. Yeah. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. Opium does the job? Just let them OD in the hospital? But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach's hut's thin walls, you learned of the facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at the point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed stream. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once the blood, in the blood, the poison causes... What's going on? Is that music? Or is my... The poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Looking for the OG pupil constriction poison that would be hemlock? Okay, writing that down. Hear it too, it's not my microwave. Okay, the random weird noise in the right ear, right? Not any revealing signs of the ding? Okay, that's not what I hear. I mean, I hear a ding, but... I do hear it though, it is the music. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret, poison's use, no one would ever be suspected. I was just kind of confused because as I was talking, it was going so hard over my ear that I was like, is that just some weird reverberation? Is my right ear kind of plugged, like I need to yawn or something? The effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back. He's gonna cool. And is the ink smudge going to turn out to not be the poison, but it's from when he emptied the cartridge to make it so that the poison can be absorbed into it? The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... I mean, yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope. Holy shit, we just grilled his entire bloodline. We put a curse on him. Lost hope? Yeah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? No need. A counter-argument. What? What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. He stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. I mean, it's not a theory, you admitted to the stabbing. But I don't need a counter-argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What's that? What do you mean? Explain yourself. What is this facts you speak of? I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here. In my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write in many memo. A mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. If that's the case... As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit. It's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin. My point is this. There's one way that you, Many Memo's son, could have stolen the poison that day. I've had enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on that day in question? Can I use it now, please? Or do I... is this like... what are we doing? Unscrew it! Jeez. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to present it as is.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can you possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah, I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupçon of sumptuous ink, and once the work is washed with the words and in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word. Can this really be? Well, Many Memo's son. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Yeah! More absurdity. That never happened. Not real. Your Honor, just say guilty, please. I need this win. My hairline. True. We've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. Or would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Manny Memo-san. He's about to have a heart attack, Jesus. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that, in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. Then, when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how your modern justice system works, is it? Nip slap? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? Wolverine? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Yeah! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. Looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Many memos, son. This is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, the poison is an entirely new synthetic synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, many memos, son, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. Won't. One drop on the tip is all it takes. Don't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Just the tip. Holy, okay. This is my fault. The Empire, civilization, to the bombs, the battlefield, justice, righteousness. Little. Holy, okay, pop off. Wait, okay, finisher. Holy. Did I do it right? Was that a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. At the instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. I mean, I feel like his reaction alone would be clear enough. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me and... Ah, yes, the devil made you do it. He's pleading insanity. I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And when you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, and then into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, many memos, son. Why'd you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Find out what it was made of and expose it in an article? You think you're a crazy chemist or something? I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then what if the English woman end up dead? I went into that hut, intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A feist-on caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press. It's really very depressing. Also, yeah, 100% that glass was not sparkling water. It's red. What are they, like, the thing in her hand right now, it's orange, but the glass on the table is red. It is not sparkling water. See our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Localization, my beloved. Murder's okay, but we draw the line at alcohol. That's when I remembered. But the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. I couldn't. Couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. You often talk about justice, but surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. Ultra-nationalism fucks over everyone. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. Yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman? The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. Sort of deal. I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt, was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. Came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget many memos, son. That you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. Sorry, but you know better than Giselle Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience at the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploit. Oh, Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke, you mean? The way you handled the trial 9 months ago, or he, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. It's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly. that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? Okay, is he gonna Yakuza his hair? But Prosecutor Aochi, I, Taketsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a Kello youth, not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure did go wild, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Aochiism. Aochiism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my topknot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Does he like take one case every 3 months when he has some new hair to cut? I mean, it sounds like he usually wins when we are not around, so everybody else has to just be worse than us. Now, in regards to the defendant, Ray Membami. Yes, Your Excellency? I've reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Hell yeah. Court is adjourned. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Boys have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Such a great bear to burden. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Could we maybe leave before we get exposed? No. What if we just went into the bathroom, Clark Kent style, like a phone booth, changed real quick, and then came out as Susato, and nobody would be the wiser? Thank you. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so tempted. Get away, future dad-in-law. I'm so touched by everything you... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. When he cut off that top knot, that was so emotional. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Now, oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderful, Ray. So, I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So, no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness! No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I sure miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame. What? Oh god. What? Oh shit, we blew it. What is happening? Sasaki-san and Inspector Osanaga, I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yeah, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it is me, Susato Mikotoba. Don't... The detective here could learn something from our disguise, apparently. So dashing, so divine. No. Why is everybody only crushing on her cross-dressing version? Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea Miss Susato-san had Squires. But you were a locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding Ace Attorney. Is that the title of the next game? Poor Sasaki-san. So confused. I remember the first time I ever met him. It was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. I don't need the flashbacks. He seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I'm the chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. But this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a... What? I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I'm a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Osanaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here in the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then, on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes. It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Also, what deal was struck that she got to go free? On the voyage to Great Britain, he had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis. Or likely you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Holmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. How I was born and you immediately went to buy milk on another continent. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. What? Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Me? Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. You good, man? One throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? Know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law, who left to fuck. Wait, what? Susato's dad killed Kazuma? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... What the hell? Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. Sorry, can't have him spoil this before the end of the game. What were your officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Okay. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Jin. And it's a good job I came. Most proactive judge in all of Ace Attorney? True. Yeah, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore, merely your father's friend. Seishiro Jigoku. His last name is Hell? Don't think you've ever seen a judge out of their chair. I don't think me either. It's a badass name. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing... Everybody's crushing on male Susato. The judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known it, then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So Seishiro, shall we? Yeah, having ruled over that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. You bribed a judge? I mean, in a way. But, as they keep saying, the legal system here isn't quite good yet. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date, which means probably never. But we'll... well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. At this rate, you don't want it to get better? I mean, looking at the future... Wait, no, that's not Japan. That's knockoff America. I keep forgetting that Ace Attorney plays technically in America. Whatever could father be hiding from me? About Jose or Brad, about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Cousin Summer. I'm going to have to bring this up with father sometime, when nobody else is around. I always assumed Ace Attorney is a fictional mix of Japan and America. It technically is, but the fact that in this game they bring specifically Japan and Great Britain in, I think Japan, America, well, maybe it is, you know, maybe the law is the UK and Japan became such good friends over the course of these two games that they conquered the United States together. Of course, Soseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we are meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. America just took over Japan after World War II. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. First, I have no doubt, get to the point, please, don't yap around for 15 minutes. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness, locum student Naruhodo and I swear we get it. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Nikotova. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my... Oh, he wanted to ask me, yeah, all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, wait, is it the weird hatter guy that was in his case that then never showed up again? But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. Was it then that particular party or part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. I think the second case was not the one with the hatter. Which one was the second case? The one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? I don't remember. The second case, Mr. McGilded? So the one with the code that had a music disc in it? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Music disc was the last one, the porn store. But then which one is the second McGilded case? Seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious, unanswered questions. The horrific, hideous, heinous case. The haunted lodgings. There was only one McGilded case, but that was where the hatter was. Oh no, not that hatter. There was like a Mad Hatter looking actor guy that showed up on the Suzuki case 1 with the lady that randomly got stabbed on the street, I think. He showed up in front of his house, yapped at us for like a bit, and then never showed up again. Not in the case, and not in any subsequent cases after that. That guy? Yeah. Yeah, I think it was an actor, but he had like a weird hat and a cane, I think. Was the second to last case? The case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan, but which was the second Suzuki case? I only remember the one with the stabbing. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. He was also in the final case? Was he?
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll
My
give us
notes on
a
the case should
TLDR at
still
some
be in the
point.
office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Has to be. Case was 1 in Japan, case 2 was Kazuma's death on the boat, case 3 was McGilded, case 4 was Soseki 1, case 5 was Soseki 2. Wait, hold on. We can check this easily. Memories of the Clouded Kokoro. So it is coming back here. Wait, that's not... Shit. I misclicked. So this was the first one, second one, the McGilded case. This was the first one, and this is the last one, yeah. But this is not Soseki's second one. So I don't know what he was yapping about, because Memories of a Clouded Kokoro is this. So I'm very sure that it's that weird guy. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. We're gonna pick this up tomorrow. A new fresh case. Susuke was always also in the Hounds of the Baskervilles. Yeah, but didn't he say that he was, her dad was interested in the second case? I don't know. We'll get the full picture once we keep going. Also, I hope that we get a lot of new characters. That the game doesn't just solely rely on mostly characters that we already know. Because I really like Ace Attorney character designs. They're always interesting in their own little way. Also, it's interesting to see all their unique reactions. Special contents. We can dress her up again. We can dress everybody up again. I don't think there's gonna be... We shall see. We shall indeed see. He gets a little mouse on his shoulder. Beautiful. Alright. See ya tomorrow in court. Thanks for checking out the stream. Bye bye.